And hello everyone, welcome to the stream. So, stream number is 4, that episode is 3. Well, I'm also sure that the last episode will be super long, so it's definitely not even the middle. Maybe something like, I don't know, 30%, who knows. Oh yeah, I must check the sound. So, really quick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing, why still? Okay, let's see. And of course there's no sound. Oh my god. 1 second. What do I need to do? Oh yeah. This one. Just I need to select my capture card and here it is. Working now. Checking one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing. And everything's alright. Okay. So I use unload, so I load here. 11:36. I finish it. Must finish it at 11 exactly. Because already like spending like no time sleeping. Move this mouse, come on. So now we're trying to figure out why they actually said guilty. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. Well, right now we cannot do anything, just reading this. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with planners, totaling 20 pence. Come on. Doesn't mean that he's lying. No. Still, it can be some different person who killed him. Stuck the chap next to him just like this. Present, I say, absolutely present. That's why there must be nobody except like judgment stuff who can make some decision. These people, seriously, I think they must allow to only say not guilty or neutral, but guilty verdict from some commoner. No way, shouldn't be allowed. Because it's better to say not guilty than make some innocent person guilty, isn't it? It is. Have simply tapped and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. Can trust the guilt. Her face is our motto. Hand raised prices above her pants for years. Stone. Stopping that poor man on the floor. Beggars belief. And she's losing any logic. If actually you're not from mafia, but one single person who is actually giving your money like for borrowers to get them back, you cannot kill somebody if he's not returning something. No. You can be framed and be killed. That's right. Where's the logic, old woman? This stupid sin. Starting the wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have a wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their mind, especially one of them. He actually killing this person for 20 years. Because he doesn't want to return the money. Look at him. He must throw him into the prison, isn't it? It is. It is. It's not an intentional kill, it's an intentional one. Alright, I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Oh, by the way, I checked his name. So, there's double O at the end that they didn't for some reason include it here. So his first name, last name, Naruhodo. Naruhodo, double O at the end. And yes, there's W at the beginning. Ryunsuke. Ryunsuke Naruhodo. That's it. So why last O is missing, I have no idea. Same by the way for Shenmue. There's double U at the end, not E. they added E for some reason. I don't know, it's not according to the Herbert, or what was his last name? Rolls. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Huh? So I was going to have to throw the icy mines with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Fortunately, once the jurors have decided that the offender is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they reach their conclusion by their own reasoning, you see? Please will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recall on you. The more you try to pursue them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Earth. Oh there. I'm just sitting, but I've read about British law, Mr. Merhodor. Oh, by the way, I'm really not sure how exactly Shenmue should be pronounced, but I checked the advertisement, Japanese one, and he said something like Shenmue. No. And I saw that it's like a long dash at the end. So, definitely not at the end. Can't be. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, Sam? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the juror's own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. Oh, wait a second. In America, I was watching this 12 arguing men or something. No, angry men. If one of them is thinking opposite to everyone, there cannot be any conclusion, and this is the best thing. Well, here, I don't know. But it's 12, not just 6. And I appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here. Wait a second, they're not complete strangers, at least 2 of them are related, especially this one in the green heart. Just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. Must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says. See if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we are looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to regular cross-examination. Yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. That's not right. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Stars standing in the middle. Defense's rebuttal. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. What a logic. Okay, I supposed to press? Certainly, the testimonies you heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGilded were alone inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But could there be some other explanation, something we haven't considered yet? Such as he can be hiding under the bench? Well, perhaps that's something we could all work out together now. Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're covering climbs. But we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have there doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? Now I'm going to have to pit the jurors against one another, like Sosato-san said. Final contradictions. It is 6 people's assertion. The only way I'm going to succeed. Trust the driver has an excellent memory, it seems. For passenger with fares totaling 20 pences. How is it about excellent memory? I don't know. But does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is? I manage all his lord's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. I see. Single penny can mean the difference between life and death. After all, can't it? No, it can't. That's just saying you can't? My point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in series would swear to that zero. Does the bench really need any more polishing? So, if the good driver says that he saw Mr. Mac build it in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish. Wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the jurors' statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. You notice an inconsistency in what 2 different jurors are saying. Should expose it by pitting them against each other. Yes, let's see if I can do just that. Stand the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I say, absolutely brazen. Careful, you could hurt somebody with that. Yeah, fine one to talk. What's that sword hanging from your waist, huh? You know, that's just my battered soul. Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. Now, all the same, all stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes, you mark my words. That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad, man? We know that small shorty is a rotten shellac. Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but... Mr. No, please, be careful what you say. If he's been trying to squeeze money out of us, less fortunate, then as far as I'm concerned, he's as guilty as sin. The man can hang. Wonderful. Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhand activities? Yes. If you thought of something, Mr. Okado, don't let it go. Test your theory. It's the 2 jurors whose statement seems to be... Wait, so we didn't check everyone. Time lack the present to use Pringle to pit them against each other, or I'll never get anywhere. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There! I should have thought it was obvious. I'm recording everything that takes place as part of these proceedings. And what have you learned from that? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used his level 11 times in total, 11 times, wait a second. The prosecution has noted perceptively at your remarks 7 times in total. And I might add, each time you have felt like a simpleton. And what's the point exactly? So anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty? This conclusion I have drawn as a result of the obvious notes I have typed. Oh, Mr. Zadok. Well, she is not maybe her work is stenographer. She's doing it for herself here. That's it. Hardly. But I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me. Makes it extremely hard to concentrate my note-keeping. It's going nowhere. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. That's how much it costs to take the omnibus. That's right. And the guild master decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. 1 fare, no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. You have to complete with the rise of the motorcar, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motorcars, see? Yes, and this motor on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cause. It's beyond the pale. It'll lead to a decline in passengers, you mark my words, and it's all that rascal's fault. Has to pay. So go and find another job. What's wrong with all these people? I mean, people who actually think that their job will be replaced with something else, especially robots. What? It's good, how can it be bad? I'd like to replace my job with robots. Maybe not the crime or his bosses is more worried about. Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. So if the driver says he saw him do it, the fellow in that dog is as guilty as sin. Actually, let's try to use him. So how the speed is working, let's see. Has no one else inside the carriage at the time. Ah. What if I do this? Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Here you go. Explain yourself, console. Me? Dear, what have I said? Swear serious, Blaze, main and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Bieber, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. Have those precise details definitely here in front of me. People don't want to be replaced with robots because that means they get fired. So what's the problem with get fired? You want to say that these people cannot do anything else? That's why they're afraid? There's tons of opportunities in this world. Me myself, I can simply cover tons of professions, especially in IT, it's not any problem. So if they're useless, they must be fired right away, not waiting for the robots. And June number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. And really, I would like to always constantly change the projects, because sitting in one single project all your life, it's boring, and doing all the same job again and again, routines are boring, you should avoid routine. That it is a fair and convenience, single price, just the way London's carriage should be operated. But yeah, of course, there's tons of people even on Twitch who are playing the same game again and again, every single day. I simply can't imagine this. But it doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers, paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, some people only learn one skill the entire life. If they can't work doing that, they would have to learn something new from scratch. One skill the entire time, it must be something super important. If the entire life he was able to get only one skill, it's something like operations and medical institutes, isn't it? So if it will be replaced by a robot, you'll be the one who will be doing replacement and testing, isn't it? Will be another job doing totally the same. But usually, as you remember Ludis or something, they were what? Producing clothes, some stuff that not required any skill at all. Everyone can do this. So saying that they learned one skill the entire life, just one skill that everyone can do, even small child. Worthless. Well, that's where definitely worthless. Especially this question. Look, he said cars replace them, so what's the problem to be a driver of motor car? Is it needs some, like, I don't know, specific skills that's very hard to obtain? Like, there's tons and tons of drivers outside, and it's not their job. It would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. 4 pence in fact. Precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare. Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, is distinctly possible. There was another passenger. I heard nothing about. Good questions. This can't be right. The coachman of the guild, a good, honest man, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures the coachman claims most certainly do not add up. The watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. And she was recording all of this and didn't notice this herself? Don't mean they shouldn't be replaced? Just explain why the people being replaced would be upset. It's very strange, very strange. So they really love to be a coachman here, using a real horse instead of motor car. Because of this? Maybe? I see no other explanation. Beg your pardon? So, Master, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. All London in Japanese. In Nihongo. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, huh? And by the way, what about you, Mr. Sadek? Will you be upset if you get fired? Think about this. Yes, getting fired is definitely an upsetting fact. Because someone forcing you to do something you didn't expect, isn't it? That's it. That's right. The fact that you'll be fired, not replaced. This is the problem. Well, according to my book here, simply launch a bow and fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. So, what you need to do as an employer, you should not fire people, but replace their job with something else. Like, instead of doing some stuff, you will be an automation operator. That's it. Your salary will rise, and you'll be doing new stuff that you already know. The company closed down. Right now there's tons of companies that were closed down because of pandemic and other stuff. And worse, of course. But good for me, I'm working for outsourced companies, so there's tons of projects that are closing, but you can't get fired because there's tons and tons of other projects that should be covered with people. There's constantly a lack of people, constantly searching for them. There's tons of headhunters. And it's so hard to find someone. So where's all those people? Where are they? Saying we are sitting without job, so go here and pick up any. Right now there's around like 10,000 positions, that's for sure. Now hold your horses there, coachman. You were all in agreement. Why do you have to pull and wait till I get my hands on you, Bippo? Not guilty, look at this. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Wow. For the love of Mike, who's Mike? Not you as well. To move away and get a job that earns less. Wait a second, earns less? Even spend a long time looking for another job. Well, when you're looking for another job, you're getting unoccupied money. Like, well, like, maybe it's not in every single country, but usually this happens. But earns less. I had tons and tons actually opportunity to switch to the job where they pay more. I didn't want to switch because, well, because I'm too loyal to my company. Because of this. May not be easy to find work for everyone. That's why there would be no unemployed people. I don't know why there's no unemployed people. I'm looking right now for like 10 people to cover 10 positions, and it's so hard to find them. Where is this unemployed people? Everyone has their job already. It's very hard to convince something to change it, and same was for me. Like several times they were convinced me to change the job because they had open position. One in New York, for example. Well, I just didn't want to go to New York. And when you're saying like no, they're saying okay, we'll double your salary. Thinking, no, still don't want to go there. And it can be the difference between a smile and a tear after all. I simply can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Well done, Mr. Narhodon. You did it. Can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds. Okay, if there anyone who's watching this and they're like senior or higher in any IT occupation like DevOps, development, even testing, just reach me out. You can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There's something else that's bothering me about a couple of the assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So need to be 2 more jurors against each other. Shows that's another contradiction in the assertion. Exactly. You can do it. Well, the scale of justice have shifted, but they still remain heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Okay, so this... She's grey out because we don't use it. Okay, so there's no like one too many. There was no one else inside the garage at the time, so it has to have been him. Stand the chap next to him just like this. Sum it up and glad it also statements made of spa and drawn the logical conclusion. What was your scoundrel stabbing the poor man on the floor? On the floor. He wasn't on the floor, I know it for sure. So... Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, console. Post-trust. What is this? I know someone who has been working for a long time, keeps applying for many companies, but they keep rejecting him? Okay, maybe he needs education of how to pass the interviews or how to get the interviews. Usually you need to just do some little research and use lies. Sometimes lots of people compete for the same position. Yes, that's right, but like in the same company there's tons of positions. If you cannot cover one, you can cover another. Tell me, I was only needing a jumper for my other half. It's all this club drop. What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? Head from from more than one witness. Well, I think that instead of firing people and waiting until somebody fire you, we must, I mean government, must teach people to involve, starting from the schools. Schools should explain to the kids that you must constantly involve and changing what you're doing. That's it, you'll never be replacing, because you will be the replacing, like every single one. Education should be changed. This means that education is failing. That's right. If you will keep sitting in one job non-stop, it's something wrong. It's stagnation. Stagnation is always bad. Stagnation, stability, these words are evil. Evolution and revolution. You heard from more than one witness. And they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? What did that mean, do you? It was like this. Stack the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the Prim Bunker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is it me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it. It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he had collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now, don't move! Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he had collapsed on the floor. I know it's there. Stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a model! What's this tell us? Is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Why? Why in the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out, we may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Why, as you say, oh dear me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him. In his black suit, he's literally some Middle Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. But with this magic, do you really think I'll be putting myself through all this? Answer me, this, your jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly in the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say that Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, You calling dangerous, sir, or why should I take this knife to you? You calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. They are ready to kill each other now. But couldn't the foreman of the jury be right? They said the witnesses see two different moments of the same crime. Oh my god! Different moments of the same crime? Same crime, it's two different crimes. Or not? Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it? Your dark drinks. Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You literally said I am only doing my job. As first man of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. You think it's the right direction? So where's your evidence, man? That's what you want to see. Said that two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. You say that's out of the question. Show me some proof. I think it's further. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime as proven by... should be this one. I'll try with this. It's a clear piece of evidence. Well, Mr. Foreman? No, I'm wrong? Do you know what they say about me, young man? They say I've got no powers of precision. Oh, I see. Sorry to hesitate. But no one will need precedent about this. You're even worse than me. I failed! Okay, so two different moments. Victim was stabbed 2 times. If you allow me another chance, I'd like to present you with one more piece of evidence to consider. No, seriously? Definitely not this. Bus? Only bus? Oh, this one, but of course! This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. I can't see his knife. What just happened? Alright, I can see defeat. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning not guilty? You've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. Pretty good. They're playing ads, you dainty fool. Shut your trap, sir. No one except me. But we had a consensus. Said shut your trap. And no one liar when I see one. This now really like in this movie's 12 Angry Men, right? Just the 6 humans. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, take this razor sharp blade and shave every last hair of his head. My god, look at this. Just tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. Jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. Oh my god. And the trial must continue. Hurriedly ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. It's also autosave. So, Lord 1-6. Still didn't check how to pronounce his last name. Continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. What? What was this? Having sought the rich aroma of the current contents of this hot chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. I forgive their discourtesy. Lord 1-6? Is it golden here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tone no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathless silence and listened to the jury. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed with the next round of battle. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Yes, sir, that's I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beeper. Yes, sir, my lord, sir. Even it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus. You'll be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, dear, dear. Now then, witnesses, I humbly call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Various misgivings? I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He failed us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood Carlin side as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw my gilded stammered that man. Everything I said before stands. Yes, he stammered him as he did. I think so, yes. Alright. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. Phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's slang little cousinage. What? What is this word? People, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guild's master. The Guild's fare of 4 pence across the board, you know that? And I do understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny fare. It's so cold and the last run of the day is always half empty. There have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beeper. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. Macer had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? Passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. Down the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. The figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, Counsel, for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. You already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Wait a second, if you continue pressing, I should be careful what to press, no? And let me save. Who knows? Well, for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He figured us on the fare he did, and then I saw that black card inside as well. It's all too much. So my gilded talented man, everything I said before stands. He's definitely lying. Stun him as he did. I think so, yes. Let me press this one. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? This wasn't me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? Mr. First. How can I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Not particularly, sir, no. Innocent. He's troubling me with that heart of his. Has he greased his head? Sir, I hope my head's not troubling you, sir. Still just an apprentice, you say. Mr. Naruhodo. Even the Beatles can see what's going through your mind. They must be more careful. Should be that simple. Something will be contradiction, but okay. So let's listen to this again. There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, huh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out what it was. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes? Yes, that's right. He said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice-big grip. I suppose. I might have, yes, put the car before the horse maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was running the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. If I may, Mr. Fairplay, do you for a second now? That last time appears to have given you a pause for thought. Not really. By the way, you always seems to be looking to the sides one way or another. You have some affliction? Not really. It's not really willing to say anything, it seems. It's none of your business, anyhow. Not long ago, this town very nearly came to an end. Somehow I managed to keep our chances alive here. That place is cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful, as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. Pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of erection among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses erecting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Oh my god. But... okay, let's press everything. I don't know. So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4p fare. Is it right? I will be looking on them. It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. It was so hot, it was all I could do to stop myself passing out. Chilblain just listened to you. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? Digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a few passengers on the omnibus that night, we would have had another suspect. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5p for the bus. Does it mean everyone on board that night paid 5p instead of 4? Well, I paid 5p too, sir. I just told you that I did. Flat fare of 5p across the board. It's not something to be proud of. A so-called disparity. My learned friends identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the Phantom Killer is so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I'd been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. Phillips us on the flare he did, and then I saw that Blood Carlin sad as well. It's all too much. This Blood Carlin side, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. What, are you sleeping? A lonesome sight, no one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Well, not exactly so. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? I have another witness who did, however. The bunker has already testified to it. Mrs. Hurst didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. It might turn out to be very significant. At the bunker, Jen, next to me, take a sharp intake of breath. See? It's when I looked through the glass. Oh, really? That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. Don't use the knife in this case. Can you see Mr. Nolan stabs that man? Everything I said before stands. So what am I missing in this case? Let's press at Yogi. Sponsor me before this was for just a brief moment. He hesitated. Yes, he hesitated. So I need to present something. What it was. Let's see what we have. Ports. Yeah, because of this. Okay, let's check everything. Brickmaker. Stout once in the abdomen with a knife. It's journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhage resulting from the trauma. Nothing. He's seen nothing, except where's his button? Just blood, so... This M-O-W. And of course this. But it definitely will not help. So what is about the omnibus? Kinda strange. He was sitting here and saw it, so what? Something is wrong here. Did I miss something about this omnibus? I saw it. Who said that was on the floor? Sand on the floor. Alright. You testified that you saw the moment when the defender allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor, describing the sound, holding the knife in an ace-big grip. Hello, Spark. You should see the first public bus that ran under its own power. It was literally one of those carriages with a mini steam engine on it. They were just saying that they don't like the motor cars here that should replace this coachman. It's kinda strange because you're riding the horse, you can ride the motor vehicle, isn't it? Okay, an ISP grip. ISP grip. Wait a second, ISP grip. What is the contradiction? Let's proceed. One more time, but I think I am wrong again. No, I failed. Scratch me without the horse. Puzzle me as well. It's later in today. I stuck here, don't know. Right as the way crowds running outside it. Yeah, especially that speed was very slow, isn't it? So here it's not some kind of quest. You cannot try every single item on everything. If you do this, there will be game over. Dangers? I don't care about dangers. There was no danger at all. What's supposed to do here? I didn't miss any reaction. Did I miss it? Seriously, there was some reactions that I didn't notice? Oh my god. A town cannot present anything. Especially not about the money. There was something about the body, not? Oh, definitely they paid 10. And the other two, if they paid 4... I don't know. Nobody can write in 2 pence. Safe and enrolled. It's a cheating. They saw totally different things. So, what am I missing? Let's check one more time. It's like no need to even watch it though. Yes. But I don't know what's wrong with it. Let's try again. No, still not. Well, it's not hard enough to try again. Except that I'm skipping this text. Let's see. Something in between of these two. What exactly? So he was just holding the handle and nothing else. Yes, it's right. Think this game would be so much better with full voiceover, so I keep it repeating everything again and again. Especially that it was 3DS game. Shenmue, by the way, the name of the game is Shenmue. Shenmue. Double words. For some reason. I checked it in advertisement. And skill there. Nice thing. There's actually an anime about it. Something is wrong here, but what? Okay, he didn't see it. What? Wait a second, I don't remember this. What's he doing now? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see that exact moment the fellow was stopped. What are the chances of that? Are you asking me or telling me? It's getting frustrated. Might be able to extract some information from him if I answer him cleverly. Oh my god. You have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days like that. Or no chance. You haven't watched the anime? I don't know, recently there's tons and tons of anime that not supposed to be. And they're all good. Especially something like remakes, like Hunter x Hunter. There was anime adaptation, but it was bad. And Hopper? There's another anime totally the same, but much better. Same actually for JoJo Bizarre Adventure, because there was already an anime about it, and they redo it completely. I don't know what is better. No, it was not a series, it was just like original video animation, but some of the same. And many other. Alright. You have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed. No chance. Well, it's a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peering through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that's it. No, wrong. Again? I'm a respectable city banker. I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it's as clear as a Pirate Bay. It was a green sun. I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Excuse me, I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. But ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'll forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands of that butcher stabbed the man? What? Soaked? Well, perhaps not soaked is laying it on a little thick, but But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof? Saw the skylight? Such what I was saying, if you stop someone like this, there will be tons of blood, but no, there was only one single glove in blood. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. Spunker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it, it's kinda obvious. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, it's when you should have a good look through the court record. Okay, skip it. Just don't know which exact piece of evidence. Sadly, there's no skip button. Okay, let's move to the last statement. And especially the hands. I saw the hands in their flashback, and there were no gloves at all. Well, yeah. Kinda obvious. Blood soaked hands. Well, I admit that soak might be lying it on a little thing, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves, worn by the defendants, Mr. McGilded, the night in question. Wait a second, they were not Shenmue 4. I thought they were no number 3 game. Just 2 of them. Well, I'm not sure. Oh yes, right. There certainly does appear to be a sensible dark-colored stain here. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Nice. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. What? No! This can't be right! So you're the liar, Hazen. That's right. We're quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stopped, but is it really the truth? Well, it was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banger. For Peter's sake, my words should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter system. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate, claiming to have no reason to lie. But is it really the case? So, Naruhodo, if he had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, might be not lying by the way, could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. Oh my god, I have evidence? Well, I have a reason. But I really don't think that he's lying. There must be someone else who killed him. Well, let's answer. I have evidence. My lord. Yes, Consul? Well, we are lying as well. Actually, not lying, but... I think he's not lying, but anyway. The defense is ready to present evidence. Joe. Are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. It's a reason, but doesn't mean that he was lying. Very well. Fairplay call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witnesses' alleged deception of the court. Well, kinda obvious, this one. This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims held by the accused's extortion. By the way, just several minutes ago, like 30 minutes ago and more, made a mistake saying that it belongs to one of the jury, but no, it does not. This one, the witness. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. But anyway, 20 guineas? It's not a big sum. It was billion. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently in debt financially? Oh my god. Who's accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 years, not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? This document states that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, we have the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to capital punishment. All outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claim in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 years to the defendant. Order. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord? Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have more serious implication upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth. A pinch. But it makes no difference. Definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands. Both of them. And yet only one of the defendant's clothes, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the scene is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands, I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? Well, as I thought, it was not a lie. but it's proven that it was not him. It would appear that we are going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not say. To make myself perfectly clear, Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. Might finally have a chance to turn things around here. What the witnesses really saw? Okay, I'll take a pause here. Be right back. So, what is supposed to find here? Well, definitely there was another person. There's no other possibility about it. Alright, there was blood on both hands of the assailant. Sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired. Is it matters? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in trust of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. It's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial or significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. Alright, let's press every phrase. Now, the evidence tells us otherwise. You have the clothes the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court records. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. It's different. In the face of hard evidence. Steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? The reasoning is there. One hand or two, the silent point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused fingers. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired. Is it madness? Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. But, crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. Just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 years outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from the financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, it's not entirely not what I was hoping for. It just was a little gain of time when I backed the wrong horse on the derby. That's all. I was going to win it all back. That's a picture this weekend that I should have seen. A little gain of time. I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your characters than the bargained for, Zero. Witnesses' scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is it really how it's supposed to work? I've never seen the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I definitely saw it too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. Mindgilder's gloves has any sign of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? This I also remember. That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves would have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. Must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard the scream. You didn't say anything? Yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, sir. Yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Don't you agree, sir? I know what you are insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beeper, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Jeez, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see, I was... all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. As my hands was fairly frozen solid, sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus series of London's cold winter nights. Nippo! Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage we all would have seen. This is totally non-agreement, so let's work with it. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right, it was firstly cold at night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service, for Peter's sake. It's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down doggedly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, would have noticed. What is this word? Unique-vocal, I would say. Unique-vocal? We are sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen anything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to, of course. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is it right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? It's kinda interesting because if Coachman saw it, he saw the other side of this cabin. And Jolly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. In a hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend, the prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-section plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus your suggestion that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Where exactly the omnibus you were suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Well, he definitely must sit here, but he can also be inside, isn't it? Let's put it here. Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight is as I've drawn here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite, the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting, is obscured from you. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. It's quite possible. Some phantom was sitting there. Unicorns have a forbidden habit of obscuring their truth with ambiguity. I continue with the prosecution rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. You cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you are able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't know. Except Magnus can sit here on this side. Yes. I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I know? I see. Understand me, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The offense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from you was... Wait a second. But yes. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? It's the name of the defendant. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice to forgive the discourtesy, Lord 1-6, people talk of those tiny islands, nations in the Far East, having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the facts. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? And the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded. It creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. Not inconsistently, counsel. The defendant's close, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim. Let me know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of their assailant. In short, the memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on the passenger's hands, both of them. Who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order! What exactly are you postulating? The offendant's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said that two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. Could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right, both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. You call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGildet would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless that is the reverse and even more preposterous explanation. The accused failed even to notice the presence of the two culprits in the very cabin in which he traveled. He was sleeping, and the culprit was inside of the bench. She's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconveniently that Mr. McGildet would have been unaware of it. Other. There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGildet, to the stand? Well, what say you, counsel? Execution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he'll have already made a full statement to the police. What if there's some reason why he is unable to speak freely? Magnus McGildet is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, I can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense. What is your opinion? My lord? Should we ask Mr. McGildet to testify or not? Okay, but of course! Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. Defense would like to call Mr. McGildet to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Oh yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGildet has to say. Keep the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done, that's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Alef, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clearer. Well, let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGildet, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. And now two matters on which the court decides to hear from you. First, is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second, that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal the fact from the police? No, it's not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yes, or keep their mouths shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGildet? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You? What? No, Magnus McGildet, that convenient excuse can save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am Lord 16. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place, at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the way one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They have hauled her into this courtroom, just like myself. Was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Ah well, the main thing just happened to be in that carriage that night. I never saw you before or since. I have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Smoke! Fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away! After them! It's no use, I can't say anything through this. What's going on? Through what? Through the smoke. What the heck is going on? Careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face! Don't let the accused escape! Secure the omnibus! Probably call an emergency recess. Ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Holy shit. They are hardly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid stands of chaos as people stumbled over one another, their desperation to flee the chamber. I had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. Definitely like some anime. What on earth just happened there? Mr. Naruhodo, managed to find out what happened. It's Susato. I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. Just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. We have done something like that. Police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. It's a courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I heard. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mike Gilded was just talking about? It's just exactly. So he was online. What's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's attention room to answer questions. Along with the young girl. Who's she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? It's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence? Well, according to the coachman, Mr. Beeper, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. It comes to a total of 20 pence, exactly, but now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right, it is strange. Counsel for the defense kindly proceeds into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I can imagine what she's going to say. It could alter the whole direction of the trial. You'll know soon enough, Miss Susato. Yes. PM? So we're waiting exactly for this time? Made a plan. Don't tell me it will be... Well, we'll see. It's the young girl next to Mr. McGillet. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGillet. Now then, Lord 1-6. My lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which well proceedings around. Seems to have been an endless form of smoke grenades, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Good name, girl. Are you responsible for the smoke grenades which induced such phenomenon here in my courtroom? Well, the meaning of this deplorable behavior. If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilden. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this Violas was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. They're all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, the girl, a loud thud. and a wind scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I set him up on the seat across from me. Then turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Listen, she was inside the bench, and there was another person here. Another one? Oh my god. So not 5, 6 passengers. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is it correct? That's exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. No idea where to start. The young girl. The night question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. She wanted to look at him, but not possible. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. And that's why I took the back side as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is. Can you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, it's how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite, the one on which the poor gentleman who was stout was sitting. Like I said, it's the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. Of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylights from time to time as well. Then, there a loud but and a scream woke me up with a first start. A loud but, you say? And a scream. Guys, that's right. How can I explain it? It's like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So I think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stopped. Well, now you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. When the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but the fellow on the floor. Didn't say anyone, but at the same moment you did hear a scream. The seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about this thing. I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me. Eyes. Why he saying me instead of mine? Well, I do understand when people saying me instead of I, but not mine. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I set him up on the seat across from me. You set him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, I said, as I said, could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? I would. It's common courtesy, so it is. Really? I find it a little hard to believe. Oh, Lord Manzix, now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would help the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money to exorbitant rates of interest. Fortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them. Some would even see me dead. So I do try, but all possible to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? I mean, so life, no, I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to Madeline. The scream I heard, for example. Would your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time at the thought of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, it's a clear thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up came from, if you excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Are you backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I've been sitting, I found there was a white cubbyhole there for storage. So no, we can examine the universe ourselves, remember? I already did this. As of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence. It would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's when I found you. There was a child there who curled up in a ball, hiding her real self away. So why did she scream in this case? Since she was hiding herself. Ah, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a ball. When our eyes met, well, heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You really overacted this. Still and all, I pulled your arm from under there and set you on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to that gentleman there. See this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fellow voice this time. Presumably the scream was Mr. Hurst, who was sitting on the rope deck seat. Right, you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact... No, it was not her, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. My lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. But it cannot be here. And what? Next time I figure out there will be another passenger, so instead of 4 or 5, there will be 7? I don't know. Definitely there were 6. What, 7? The defendant is somewhat diminutive and stutter. Oh my god, what is this? And readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you. I heard enough. The events, as explained, are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. What? She said, Chancellor earns her crust among large crowds, leaving people of their purses. It's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief? Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. What the heck is this? Oh my god! How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Go! She's gone! Open your eyes. I'm over here. Cautious, how? What's the point of that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. There's a little dippers you'll say slipped up and got caught on the job. She's got herself backed into a corner so she nabbed that gent. Go on. That's what in your hurts, aren't it? Come on, when everyone hears keep speaking with some accents, especially in text. No, not at all. It's a court of law. You have to determine the truth. Now it's a green one we got. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. And gun. I'm professional, right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Wait a second, but this is... Sherlock's? Down there, where they keep the full-wielded drugs. Or not. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? It's alright, lads. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. Just like the Irishman said. He's from... Irish. Wait a second. Ireland. Oh my god, why Ireland and Irish? Maybe it's Irish? Oh my god, I don't know. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Finally, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. Now tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they looked up and the horses just like saying. Like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for the travels that night. Tell you can't see a blind scene in that hiding place. It's pitching time. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang nearly jumped off my skin, I knew it. Again, my skin. And the scream just came out. It's because of that this spell found me. Tip helped me get away, mind. So, why actually you came here? Yes, he let you go. Fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, that's simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume. Is it empty now? Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wheel was stuck in there, because I parked myself on the seat for the duration. So you see, that's why I let the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. They couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even so, you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into questions? Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate loss. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord. This fun example of man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Hello, I am Rava. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty? Sir Naruhodo, this, well, it must mean what? That we are victors! We've won? Are you sure? If the sight of my Iron Hills Wellington offense, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one untold flaw in British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. What? No. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature, and I actually agree with him. Obviously, this should be no jury. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glorious omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in the investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white, here in the police report. Good lord. The evidence has been tampered with. Only to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected, Consul? Naturally, you must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friends? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. I did. No. Hey, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? It was half empty. Well, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in Japan. Sorry. Go ahead. You tell the cards now, fellow. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord 16. Well, Consul, do you have something to say on this matter? I'm supposed to answer. What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? It wasn't empty. I don't know if Quincy's answer is helping my cause as Consul for the defense, but as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, Consul? You missed? What do you say now, you tough dog? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Some kind of idiot? I'm just telling the truth. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand, but it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly as and honestly as possible. Interesting. It's not altogether pleasant, fellow. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then. Fellow's memory is curious thin and not altogether reliable. Now the court must consider the facts. That the cubbyhole under the seats is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. You think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something not right here? Should I like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think? That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. People isn't that irresponsible. Mania landed Fleecer, and the Pickers are lying. Can't believe I was nearly taking it in. The single rich are always thinkers, nothing but cowards, there's a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick, of course it's a trick. Quite so, I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. Presents? Santa Claus should provide you coal, like everyone. At winter time, coal is what you need to stay warm. You've watched DuckTales, of course. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, Consul. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. What the girl saw. So I stuck inside the carriage before they looked up. The horses, just like say, oh, like always, my god. So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run. Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a joy to make a few bob, huh? It's a wrong idea, ain't it? Suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Also, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. I'm nearly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the first and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified, and 1 little scapegrace ridden for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before its last ride, see? So that's when I step into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? The hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. Always check all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the reports, held by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all the stuff out so I could under the seat, that's all I can tell you. Seems we have reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for the travels that night. A waste of time? Why is it? Well, most nights are my own, and they got permits at least some of the time. But your pardon, did you say got permits? Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. Same the omnibus, suppose. The point is, any no run the carriage and got no one in it for a while. Got permit. Okay. And that's when you come out of the hiding place and get away? That's it, only that night. This car was set on Miss seat from the start. And didn't budge the whole way, eh? Not one inch, was totally stuck. You mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? Were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure, I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to leave the caution you've been set on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind scene in this hiding place. It's a pitch in there. so you couldn't see out into the cabin at all. Not a jot. Most days I push the caution up with me head and look out the cart. Then I can have a butcher set who I'm gonna fiddle. So you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can overlook the seat I get under splash as the other one, I see. So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this Irishman spent the whole journey right on my head. For that reason you weren't able to push the caution up to peek out, I see. Trust this. I'm too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clank. But it's the only place to hide and some courageous, so it's Hobson's choice. Does she just stick to picking people's pockets and the open them? I think there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So, anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang, then I jumped out my skin. I did. And the steam just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could be, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right, and then I felt the caution on me had get lighter all of a sudden. It's only when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stop his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the caution and had a quick butcher while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up, the block was and fallen on the floor of the seat opposite. It matches Mr. McGillicud's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. Sunk back down again, but was too late by then. Should never have risked it looking. It's because of that the smell found me. I didn't help me get away. Point. And when Mr. McGillicud discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff, I was. Dragged me out and set me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the block and a knife in his guts, it was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and ended up falling onto me. How awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both your hands covered in blood. Must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGillicud for a while, is it correct? Asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. Frost, on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one see me face, so I didn't look up. And the horses were drawn up smartish, and this Irishman says to me, get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief, shining moment, yes. It's clear that they're all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure it would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. I wonder what. So what do I have actually? Report. This. That. I don't know. Let's look one more time. Wait a second, I don't remember blood on the floor. Didn't pay attention to it. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Or just this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, 1-6 has made no mention of it. Suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Me too. I didn't even notice it. How does this happen? It's so obviously here. Why it's empty now? In the storage compartment, but there's nothing here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my fingers on what it is. What the heck happened? So she stole it, all of this? And really there was no blood here, I don't remember blood. There was no blood, and there were items here. Just what the heck? It can't be like this. Okay, let's see. Snuck inside the carriage. Wait a second, I don't know what to do here. Okay. She went inside, because somebody looked. Okay, so what? It was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me travels at night. Oh my god. I can't see a blind scene in this hiding place. It's a beach in here. What can it be? Окей, não passou do céu. Bound bug. Except found out because you're looking outside. Let's see what you have. Where belongings went? How can I use this? Let's see this one more time. Find some conclusive piece of evidence. Piece of evidence in the testimony. Well, I can only try to press again. What am I missing? Wait a second, it's a new text here? No, it's totally the same. Because she moves this. And who moved it back? Wait a second, what if the killer is one of these three people? Someone went inside? Who sit to this coach cab first? Omnibus. I don't know right now. For example, Bunker went inside. This headman arrived, was not able to open the door. But wait a second, in this case he must go outside and climb it. You cannot do this when it's moving, so it's not the... I don't know yet. So nothing about this. Why am I stuck here? Very strange. Why it's happened now, not the first time? Why should I check it several times? I don't know. So you must check twice now. Is something wrong, Mr. Gilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter on console? Just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comments made something occur to you, perhaps. You seems to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, that's not important. I was feeling bad for the pure loss, is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. Still scared of the dark now. And I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe? Miss Lestrade? Did you hear something at night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? No, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Wait a second! Somebody killed him and put the body in? Yeah, this coachman just let the passenger in, but he thought it was a baggage. Not a dead man. I just don't know. Anyway, it's not our goal. Our goal to get not guilty verdict, not to figure it out how he was killed. Bachelor says no need to tell the whole world of me hopeless, you little scum. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something that might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. Should you make of that last statement of yours? It's profoundly important? My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is a profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. It almost shows that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind, Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please. Oh yeah, remember there was a famous Chinese detective, which was portrayed by a Japanese actor. What? Superman? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk, I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right, sound the judge. Always a good move. I was straining me ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hit yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start this. I could just push the cushion up and watch her to see what was not. But then, when I saw this swell getting on, it got me head down, so it didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hidden, correct? Yeah? With you Adam and Eve, Sam? What a mug. So, then all I do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would I? Not likely. Even so, we stopped her, and there I never heard the door open. So just had to stay put and listen to I am driving a pigs to market snoring like an old dog, yours. Is there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? It doesn't matter. Mr. Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So 1-6 released it too? Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence or some complicit parties' names, at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. Should I provide photo finally? Going to Miss Lestrade's. Whilst she was hidden in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ransky. Think! There's something else she should have heard. Show a person? Very well, my lord, allow me to elaborate. The particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. Oh, by the way, she's here as well. A young woman who witnessed the incident from her hiding place aboard the omnibus on the night of the murder. She was discovered by the defendant. This one, of course. Is Farad Mason? Yes, my lord, the sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. By the way, just say sign of umbrella here. Order, explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, because I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. And it was not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't trying with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Oh, the crack under the seat cushion. Was on its own for sure. And for what you heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? No, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. How it was inside in this case? Well, it's definitely... Someone put it through the sunglass window, but there were two people here. Wait a second, what? Yes, this thief statement was clearly flawed. Lord 1-6? Yes. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of things are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements entirely unreliable. Your words are convenient, untrust, nothing more. That's right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little quiet just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide Lars. And neither can I. Still foreman. Didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than Sober's ways. But I must say, cannot abide Lars. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You useless Eastern Amadan. This is correlation's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. So Naruhodo, the way this is going. I know, if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilden's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in series know we must accept hard truths. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in his story. However, if we consider the possibility that your statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel. Seriously, whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If these petty thief's words are to be believed, his was inside. It's not possible to open it. If blood was here, somebody was able to open this? It's the only way where it could be. In the middle. But there were 2 people on top. It's not possible to open, isn't it? Where's Scarlet? What's here? It doesn't appear to be a handle or cage of any description. So it can be opened from inside the cabins at least. Okay, so it can be opened from outside. Look at this. Now I see. Now I see how it was done. It's kinda easy. But who? It doesn't matter. How do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was put here after he died, that's right. But there's another entrance. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. Wonder what new fantasy would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open, in short. There's no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. As the opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, console. Reference will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is the entrance by which you propose the victim enter the cabin? Well, obviously this one. The answer is obvious. It could only have been the skylight. Say the skylight? Your ridiculous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylights may well be large enough for someone to pass through. So you claim. But do you have shreds of evidence to support your abdul brains theory? Yes, Mr. Mike nailed it, and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claim to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of a victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat under the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness has described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious! Perhaps in fact. Wait a second, they were not on the bus yet? When this happened? It was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. Oh, one of them was here. And let me rephrase that, the victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. It's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the deck would have seen it happen. And yet, no one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... But, why the humble fella make a wee comment here? Is Mr. Mike gilded? To be sure now, the two fellas who were set on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. Fell on the neck. He was dead already. No. But it seems to me, my lord, that this is not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. In the case of them being unable to say... What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of compelling reason not to mention what happened. But you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man where? What exactly? I insinuating here, you blizzard. What did he say? Hero rotter. What are you insinuating? It's a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. I'll give you a share in a minute, he said, and so will I. So somebody inside didn't let him in, as they said. They saw it. But if he was sleeping, they lied about this. Sir Farplay, you effectively accuse me, a senior gentleman and well-respected banker, for just 20 guineas you kill some innocent man to... Wait a second, in this case, why you didn't kill this one? But you know, you understand, and me, a very angry hatter. Suggestions that someone like me would have stabbed that man in the guts, it's a disgrace, it's scandalous, it's... I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too, about you rotten scoundrel. Also, he's actually sitting here now. Oh, look at him. Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this vandalization of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But it's beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know? My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord 1-6. What's the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses? My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without a proof. Without proof. Accuse? Never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanted. You propose to discover that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. An hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated the criminal code. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know it's rushed to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. But they also have no evidence against McGill. What was his name? What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hut from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. I have to see this matter through now, one way or another. There are filth and rubbish in our minds. We must dispose of it at once. There's voice acting here. What's happening, Mr. Norhodo? The spectators in the public gallery are, say, in complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You'll take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord? Didn't come here for this. I yielded. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep on pushing forward. Refuting the accusation. There were the only two people up on the roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened, where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut in that time, I tell you. couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine. How is a witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other notice in the first place? That's right, you see? They can simply work together. The innocent, I tell you. Also logical, of course, an argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust scoppers any more than I trust the Stinger Ridge. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor already. So why do I feel so uneasy? Also, for the defense, over to you. A cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Let's call it cross-examination when only me myself examine it. Okay, we were the only two people up on the drop deck, dead or alive. So, at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. So, not digging. No question about it, he said. None at all. But yes, of course, I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin, talking with this man here. Is it true, Mr. McGilded? Dear me, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. It's an outright lie, without doubt you were engaged in. Let me stop you there, fellow, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? It's all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You'd do well to remember that. See you, it's my own eyes. It's going so well. If anything happened there, we're sitting, don't you think one of all the other of us would have noticed? Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus, at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of alarm? Is this some kind of a joke, you said? Is it what is this is? Perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly. You, Sir Dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what you said. It's impossible, I tell you. What you said, King? Fair Duncan? Are you serious? I'll give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. I don't know, in the bitter cold you actually can easily fall asleep. Well, me for sure. When it's cold? Yeah, it's actually how people are dying. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. Oh, yes? Yes. Yeah, he's right. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's why I saw you through the glass, but talking to someone. Now, what's a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real on the court. It's hardly surprising. Things? I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. You! Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then it's only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. Competition I should like to be involved in, really. This isn't. In any case, neither of us knows the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. So, you had never met Mr. Heinz Wyatt Mason before? No, not once, never. Never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. Frost, had no prior dealings with the victim either? Precisely. Others don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the what? Remotest connections to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. Mr. McGilded. Yes, Consul? What can I be doing you for? Didn't the witness last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection? Is it right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now again? What are these insinuations? Oh, Mr. Fairplay, that's been too long, so it has. I'm not very much mistaken, I believe that's fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 years from me, sir. At an inconceivable rate of interest, you took me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? A sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another. And young Mr. First. Mister? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hearts for a living, do you not? What's a stop hat sliding about on your head? Is it one your own creations, is it? Oh, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. Perfect fit, is it? Well, it's a very distinctive design, so it is. The customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as Trice Fiat Mason. Oh. Yeah, his hat was strange. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for my lord. No, this you mean? Can't help thinking that the poor fella hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? That's one of my hats. Ah, that it is, so it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. A sort of customer, I'd imagine. You could have had the quarrel with all the distinctness of the goods. No, sir, absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellows here have the remotest connection to the victim, you see? I rest my case. You little weasel. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, isn't he? Where's the bottom? Really? Someone must have it. Please, don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings. skylight was shut the entire time. I quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rug with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself, go on. You see? It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course, a fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it. Still no. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. On its own, let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our king, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. What? I shook myself with it as it happens. This is unexpected confession, Mr. Hurst. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking fingers at me, sir. I went as red as roach. I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame. Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade? It opens. The skylight. That is what we are talking about, right? All them skylights open. That easy. More easier than you can load that weapon? So I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, Yamak. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the rope deck of one of them drugs. And a great hole, it's Bruce coming out me, Earth. Lestrade, this is not the forum to be almost teasing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, a bit of scare. When I lifted the last broke spurs, got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. Skylight opens from the roof deck? Well, it was kinda obvious, I saw it. It's kinda surprising that Pionsky knows nothing about this. Well, if climb up into the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Oh, it's side open. Oh my god. See? Order! So, it appears that this street girl's statement is quite true. Can you believe it? The skylight opens, and from the roof deck, so narrow door. This could be the clue you've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Wonder if actually this Maglite, I forgot his name again, is actually a culprit here. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. If you're sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? check it myself. Maybe this is something unlocked? So the skylight was sustained shown before. Why didn't I see this blood? I don't quite understand. But now the hatch has been undone. Should be able to open it. I mean, the blood on the floor. You can suddenly see inside the carriage through this opening. That's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the closed cabin. Let's go inside. Wait a second. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through suddenly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why sound like me? Okay, if he went inside and bring the board with him, for example. Mark it with blood here? No, actually it's fall down there. So no, it was not him. Ketchup? Nah. Just a paint. Might sound like me. What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. Without question. It's blood. How would there be a blood stain there? Surely. It can't be unrelated to the keys, can it? Sensogram says a blood stain visible on the frame of the skylight when it's open. Still, everything sounds very fishy. It's so easy now, it can't be so easy. Anyway, what I need, just not guilty verdict. So, let's present it right now. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed to the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts and the irrefutable proof. A man is clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? It's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. You can't. I mean, I didn't do it, I tell you, it's impossible. Irrefutable proof? Here, in this courtroom? Counsel. My lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, huh? Where exactly isn't the omnibus in this evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. Well, only this. By Jupiter, is that blood? This blood stain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the closed cabin himself at that time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No. Order! What the? But what? But what? But the bots could have spread out there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin, and only found its way to that particular spot on the skylight? Sure, that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? There's no way to know for certain, is there? If the giant really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. Faust? First. It's all to play if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the proof fella dropped from the fair height right there, so it is. I don't remember the stupid blood, but it was added here and on skylight as well. It is possible. It is possible. And belongings disappeared. No, I don't think he dropped from the top. He did not. It can't be these two people. Okay, so the blood here on top appeared after the incident occurred. And belongings disappeared because nobody was inside. That's it. No, but can be. It's all. Alright. Very strange. I can prove that these two guilty and prove that my guild is gilded. Is also guilty here. But button? My fellow jury members. I think we can all agree that this is a clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can. Yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's courages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. For I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a sin. On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord 16? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. He's right. What, why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. I was right. But in this case, how can I be the defender of this person? What are you talking about? It's there for all to see. It's very blood. A person attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety. No such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began. What? Are you suggesting Lord 16 that this stain of blood was? Stephanie was him who did it. So we cannot get a not guilty verdict. I get it, my lord, yes. And while this court has been in session. What? What a power. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing Lord 16. But why McGilded actually kill him? But I am Magnus McGilded. I have a fella known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. Maybe he's serial killer? You don't take kindly to slander, and I'll find it with a bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the reaper of the belly. Mr. McGillis, analyze that this is your first appearance in court of the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of diverse nature. You very adults when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that the case you avoid is investigated, you adopt the facts. Adopt the facts? What does it even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGillis, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I don't see your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Kuluk01's. This will not do, to be sure. Okay, how can a key prove that it was here? It's not possible. Built now, console? What, me? No? I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the scarlet didn't exist, you say? But if you will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the word? And his wife seen because it was covered with fog. Smoke. Isn't it right now, console? It's true. No, the omnibus has been in full view the entire time that court has been in session. My learned friend has to hand in your opinion on this matter in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tempered with the omnibus during this trial? If you ask me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there's one possibility. Gracious. Explain yourself, console. Yes, there is. Is there any game in S Attorney series where you can be a prosecutor? Because I would like to. Seems my learned Japanese friend has no intention of running from the deceit. I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the risks that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenades fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Jenna Lestrade. Hello, Mr. Norhdog, how your face? Don't let that news escape. Secure the omnibus. But it was secured. Probably call an emergency recess. Sure, the defendant is in custody and clears the courtroom. But how could they do this so quick? Was there someone else here? The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave the chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the cars, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, ya? You wrote on feckless culture? Feckless culture? You're supposed to be defending me. It's a wicked plot. It's a plot to undermine me, so it is. Whatever you think this is, it changed nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated early as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as: to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, it was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord 1-6. No one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartments and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is a result of temperament or not. And it, my lord, no doubt there was not a single person who is so fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Yes. Lord? Yes, Consul. There's one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you better start watching your back. Silence, McGillard. The court awaits the defendant's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way, and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. I'm supposed to believe here. I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Consul. Where exactly is alleged marks that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? Well, I always thought that it was blood because I don't remember it. Let's see. If you consider that the victim fell through the skylight into the floor of the cabin, you'd certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. So why didn't you notice it? That's why. Yes, I do believe you're correct, Consul. Well said. Also, as advocates for the defense, one must say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive, oh my god, piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. This trial is over. Mr. McGillard? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the car, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. So I tell you. recollections, what people think they saw, is all and nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, Luna extremely drawn out, as it has been. That good-for-nothing Reaper of the Valley has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. So better Lord 1-6. Well, my lord, I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. Wait, it was not documented or what? And in the absence of any credible methods by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord 1-6, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes? Which would mean, if won, is it really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel of the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. Defense believes. But there's one big question. I don't know if he innocent or guilty. He could be guilty, but he could be innocent. You must continue. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot, in all good conscience, attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What do you say, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good. Gracious me! Order! This unprecedented behavior, counsel. Defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you of sound mind? Oh, that's a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer. So it was. A grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. The job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? Yes, just as a right honorable gentleman, so secondly, put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And yet, closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. I really don't know what to make of all this. What's the evidence we've seen Janine, or was it fake? His lordship would be affirming. Any unsettling rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. False choice? Picking one after another to change some of the dialogue? That looks like yes. Because actually I didn't see this top right. What was this? Was text that we can do? There were tons of choices like this. Not just this one. And you still haven't tried another one? No. The single rich are always guilty of something. Mark my words. I'm terribly ashamed that I ever doubted the love man who gave us the lovely park. Huh? It's a raid? From Raiden X? Thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. 20 people? Let me see. What was he playing? Oh yeah, I got it. Let me follow your channel. Alright. I felt terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Retro indeed. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, it was not a follow, sorry. Thank you for the follow now. Now it's appeared. Because Orange Cat recommended me. Oh, thank you to Orange Cat. The court must accept the defendant's claim. This is a request from Kuluk01, by the way. Thank you kindly, my lord. Horribly pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. Don't know if the witnesses are telling the truth or pack of lies. Have no idea about the truth. Lord 16. My lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. Even then, the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with. The prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord 16 ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord 16, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fellow, couldn't have asked for better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? This is the law of the land, my good man. You don't like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilbert. Jeff, you want to say to me, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. So he's really a serial killer or something. He did it just for his pleasure, nothing else. Terribly pronounced the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilbert. Not guilty. can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's being clear, he's innocent. You haven't played this case? He might be our opponent in the future episodes. The courtroom in Pandemonium was the second time that day the judge cleared his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. With the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Like, is it possible to lose this case? Well, yes, of course it's possible. It certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial on a foreign soil. And your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Susador, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy? The trouble is, we are still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGilded. Oh, that Joe is with him too. Well, it seems stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. Heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I have you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did they walk out of there free men then? Was it dangerous to set off fireworks on the road? Well, it was just like paper only, so such fireworks you can use in your home. Well, I did use them. I don't think it was so much sense to me as down to your Lenin. Yeah, straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray. In the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. There's water under the bridge. Congratulations, Miss McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing resulted. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Hi. They've all seen that I didn't do that Odious and Abstinence did. So actually, he might didn't do this, but he actually made up it. We could win without all of this. That's grand, is it not? So... yeah, obviously, this second man entered it, and they lied that he didn't enter. It is. And they actually talked to each other, and they closed the door, but who killed in this case? Yeah, that's right. I suppose it is. Well, the fine fellas of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any details. Look at this. The price was 5 for each one. They paid in total 20, so there were 4 people, so there cannot be a body fallen down from above. It's simply not possible. There was one more person. One more. If you don't count the dead bodies, there was one more anyway. What? You didn't figure it out even after Rich Cat recommended this one? I'm from Belarus, in Eastern Europe. Well, originally, not right now. Right now I'm in Texas. In, well, south part of North America. And actually, all these things is just to train my English and nothing else. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've simply faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed, her hand, 1,000 yenas for your troubles, fellow. No, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Yeah, that is it. Except I had never seen one myself. Couldn't possibly accept that much. Ah, wrist. Yeah, humble people. Ah, yeah. You from the east? No, I'm not doing this, Mr. Zadok. Actually, it's how I learned English myself. I was thinking about this. When you see the first time word that you don't know, to know that, etc. But it's just waste of time. When you see the words that you don't know, you must guess what it is. And seeing it several times in different places, you can simply learn what it is. That's right. So, no, I'm not making any notes. I'm just guessing how to pronounce it, what does it mean, and after several times seeing it, it's added to my vocabulary. That's it. And it started when I was starting playing Final Fantasy IV. Yeah, I was sitting together with dictionary, trying to translate every single word I see, but I gave up because it was boring. Just started guessing what they're saying. And after several years, it's done. English was learned. Well, it's still, I don't know, intermediate level, but that's more than enough to live here. And yeah, right on, I check your channel on Twitch, so I notice it. This note about diploma. That's it. By the way, what was you playing? Let me see. Come on, Twitch, open it. Let's see, user actions, view info, view all. What? It was some indie game or what? Looks like indie, because it looks modern. And South Park as well. Still didn't play it. What? When learning Japanese, I don't try to learn every single word, but if I see a word too many times, I try to look it up, what it means, just trying to guess. Really? Well, for Japanese it was totally the same, but I was watching anime without any subtitles, because when I was watching it, I had no internet, nothing. I had just a disc with anime, without any translation. I was hearing the words and was remembering them, that I was learning it in the first place. Like, totally the same, well, not for English. English was only games. In Japanese, anime first. So, if someone wants to try to learn it, delete all subtitles. Anyone, just listen to their voices. It will be very easy. In your desk. But yet, because of this I cannot read Japanese. It's impossible. Anyway, now it's on just elementary level. It's the same level that had English like, okay, now maybe 7 years ago. 7 years. Minna no Nihon ga. Okay. So, well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. It is our reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Hmm? An epic. And Sacred, the original one. Or gold edition. 15 years old is old enough. I remember Sacred was one of the first games that I was playing on PC. Maybe it was the fifth one or something. Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? Gold edition. I see. What's this, officer? Well, you myself prefer to play the first released version. So even this PC version, I actually slightly modified it to be close to 3DS. Of course, it's not possible, and 3DS is not translated. It's very sad. But anyway, it's not the latest Chronicles from Steam. It's very updated. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. I don't know actually what were the differences. So just install them and see it. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? I'm going to examine the omnibus game, so I am told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. So going to examine it again now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing the best to help where I can. Wait a second, it's the same law if you found guilty, you cannot be judged for the same crime again? So even if they found that he was guilty for this, he cannot be guilty, it's impossible. Isn't it? It is. It's a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, very well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting you. Hope you have a well of time while you're standing here in Great Britain. So, Mr. Zedek, you didn't play anything else after this episode? There he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. And Mirsky is waiting for this? Don't move. Yes, I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that scene. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that scene down? No, I see. Yeah, grow up. I believe that everything up to episode 5 is just a training. Sorry? And the main game will be in episode 5. So when you finish 4 of them, it will be like 50% of the whole game. And it's all grown ups. Wait, she's grown up herself, isn't it? So you are. What the heck? 1990, or Ryan of like that. Some kind of picnic? Who is this little girl now? She's definitely related to Holmes, no? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Well, don't know, looks like this totally the same amount of time I spent here like on episode 2. Do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I am, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are sold down, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a prettier color. I said to myself. Have to be shrouded in smoke though? At all? I just took my eyes off it for moments whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? No idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? Don't listen to him. No adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine. Have it your way. Good. You see, I knew you'd want to do right thing in the end. I'm sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. Well, we'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. She was a lovely one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? I haven't had time to find a place to stay, and no sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All returning cases are still with their motive. I was originally planning to spend the day in search for luncheon, but at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Before so, I have a plan. If the worst comes to the worst, heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Just tell me you're not thinking of my gilded park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our usefulness will see us through. I'm not sure about it. I think a midwinter London night will face a young person solo just as easy as an older one. What is it, Starlin? Hello there. Time to sleep? It's like minimum 34 minutes left. Oh damn, that doesn't sound agreeable. CMS requires flow render. Right, now I'm starting to regret turning it. Mr. Gilded Dawn. 1,000 yenas would have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness of the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as you were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. What the heck is going on? He decided to destroy all the evidence? I can't believe this.
これはどういうことだ。わかりません。私が駆けつけた時にはもう現場検証が始まるまで立ち入り禁止のはずではないか。
Who is inside? Wait a second.
まさか中に誰かいるのか。
Well, you can hear perfectly that what they saying in subtitles are different.
なんという。
Absolutely different. What is this? Scar on his face. And who was killed? What the heck is going on here? And that's the end. Okay, have half an hour to continue. The adventure of the clouded cockerel? Why it's clouded? And what is this? Why it was runaway room? Clouded cockerel. Is it dentist cabinet? No, doesn't look like. Sherlock Holmes' room, maybe? Santa is alive.
時折僕は思うのだよ、ワトソン。ホームズは
Watson.
物上
He's
に
not
首を
Wilson,
振り
he's
言
Watson.
った。我々が目にする事件は本当にそれが全てなのだろうか。その裏側に誰も知るもののない物語が隠れているかもしれない。ハーブティーから立ち上る湯気を追うその夢見るような眼差しの先には、きっとあの雪の日の夕刻の情景が浮かんでいたのだと思う。ブライアーロードの歩道に倒れ伏した若い女性とその背に刺さった教
See
授。
you, Mr. Zadok.
ガス灯の明かりが
Have a nice
柔らかく切り取った
evening.
奇怪な事件現場の情景。不可解な姿なき犯人の事件は薄い霧の中静かに幕を開けたのだった。
Why didn't you stream this game? You simply could. So they were sleeping in the park? Are you kidding me? Did you see him last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? Oh, really? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day even in the middle of the night. About the enormous beds, for my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Yes, it really was a sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except when I learned that we owed 3 pounds for the rooms, the dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. A lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. To try, but afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I'm sorry. Well, never mind, we must find some more affordable lodgings straight away, so. If we are not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. Good morning to you on this early hour. Oh, yes, well. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Sister Sun is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid even in the presence of the imposing Lord Stoneheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh yes, I was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Stoneheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talents from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointments, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it all at once. Just that won't be a problem? Another case? Already? He was not sleeping this night. Nothing drains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? Just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, a jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Well, Lord 1's, it's been a pleasure, so it has. As for you, my dear fellow, couldn't have asked for a better defense. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, just that I never managed to ascertain the truth, and then the trial ended. Well, you didn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away. Immediately following that, wait a second, they killed McGilded? Okay, who killed him? What the heck just happened? No. What? Mr. McGilded is dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. My god, how did this happen? What do you have? Of course nothing. One more time. Alright. I don't understand. What happened? Can he be dead? When the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. This, of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded has been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. Oh. How could such a thing have happened? It is being investigated as we speak, but already the police have identified a corpse found inside the church shell of the carriage as that of McGilded. It's awful. The man must have been slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. Bailiff really needs to pay more attention. How could that have happened? It is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Wait a second, you want to say that he was not aware about the new evidence inside? Well, I must be making tracks now. Or he actually killed someone else instead of himself? Is he already dead? It's time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I am told. As if I could be present for it myself. Inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. So who was Mr. Gilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Oh, Mr. McGilded. So, how do you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh well, I don't know, I mean it was, well... Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the sound of Great Britain's long history. Silly a world apart from our own political system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. So the sun has such a way this works. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. And all you can. Definitely no, because our prosecutor also told us that it depends on emotions, not the real facts. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial we couldn't lose. Don't need to be a contrary, Lord Stronghold, but the case was anything but simple. Circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Would you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations. I freely admit that much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Tell me. It's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. I see. You just read my mind? That's to say, no one has died, as yet. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow, son. Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if I could face standing in this courtroom again after Mr. McGilded trial. Oh yes, I nearly forgot, there's one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there's currently no one to advocate for the defense. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible ends awaits the defendant. But if nobody died, so what? Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There's now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned that 23 hours, he said. There was plenty of time. Hmm. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you. What's that? Yesterday you remarked upon something that you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asagi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself, and as an assassin. An assassin? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. Something very important that I have to do. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever out of time. Thank you for enlightening discussion. If he had ever made it to Great Britain. So Naruto, what's all this about? Sir Asagi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I ask you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. Watson? Taking the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. No. Said there, and what's he holding? Chips? Won't be able to apprise you of the details. What's he been there? So I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what do you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. Will be his name. Hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Well, I can only imagine. What, seriously? It's fish and chips? Oh, how did he do this? Why it was regenerated? Could we trouble you? Oh, what do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, a young Japanese upstart. Some free about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hands, you know? But Susan-san told me it was foolproof. A busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to. Ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers will be saying, Haven't seen Rexon anywhere, have you? Oh, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkins. Who's here on a journey from a country I've never even heard of? And that driven sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to letters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe you've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryonsuke Naruhodo and the fence lawyer. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant soon? What kind of sacrilege is this? You gotta use your fingers to pick the chips out? Well, maybe he has dirty hands or something. Huh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It's unreasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. And fish. Very well, how did she pull it off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name is Tobias Gregson, Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. I wonder what was his name in original. Because Wilson, as I figured out just now, is actually Watson. That's it. It's Watson indeed. The game just lied to me. Let's see. Inspector Gregson. Good fish, you get a fork with it. Okay, and his original name is... My god, stupid advertisement. What the heck, there's no... Come on, what's the original name? Found it. So he's actually Tobias Gregson. It wasn't changed. Yeah, Gregson. Gregson Cage. Gregson Co. Gregson Cage sama. Tobias Gregson. Alright, so Gregson. This is the original name. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Inspector, I perhaps? The Inspector Gregson. You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features currently in Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, is it publications? It's called again? Rust Magazine? That's right, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Holmes enjoy wonderful, friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Holmes? That's incredible. Well, I don't know about that. Mr. Holmes isn't a professional like myself, goes, but he does come up with goods from time to time. Mr. Holmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest prize. Gregson at the peak of a bet. A lot of all the Scotland Yards. Those were his own words. That's his highest prize? Well, Mr. Holmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not, and thanks to that magazine my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand and my reputation in the yard went through the roof. Oh, that's wonderful! No, it's not. It's nothing more sinister than the men on the street. They are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? It's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame is gone to his head. Stuff like that. Disposable wooden fork. But I was thinking about plastic? A wooden one? Why so? Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? I see. Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know that folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as X is X. get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh there, perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people. Okay, let's check the case. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we concern the yards, it couldn't be simpler. Oh there, all that means that as far as we concern as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. Dried fish? With chips? Wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Burr Road when she was stabbed from behind, so she's still alive. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she is still laid up in hospital unconscious. Despicable. What sort of court would attack the poor woman from behind? Suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a suicidal takedown, would you? And there's neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. This is so Grelsky. Angered here now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So, there must have been something left of the sense that led you directly to the culprit? Well, I'm not so sure that people in Eastern Europe on streets are eating dried fish. Usually. Well, I was eating it. For sure. Perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question. Oh, fresh fish. Just called fresh fish. It's the best fish that goes good with wasabi or something. Let me stop you there. Wasting your time on this side. One. Usually I'm eating only raw fish. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. I ever not. Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned as a trial tomorrow is Lord Bark 16, or actually not a dried but smoked one. Wait a second, what? Prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow? So what, you already beat him without any problem? Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord 16. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself, the Reaper of the Paladin. Lord Berg 16, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? The one you cook still? There's two different smoked fish that you can have. One is like completely smoked inside and outside, and the one that only outside. Inside it's, I don't know, it's half smoked, but it's still eatable. You don't need to cook it. Still cooking smoking fish? Had never heard about it. When 16 stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. In every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been done. The one that it's half cooked, it's very calorie for some reason, than the fully one. I don't know why. So it's very unhealthy to eat. The Sleeper of the Belly nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is it in? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord 16, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. And what of it? Well, I think that means that even against the River of the Belly, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that look in the end, huh? He's dead. Magnus McGilded came a cropper in the omnibus. When it went up in flames, you want to say that he killed him? So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if 16 could get the deer to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. So he's vampire? Have a good, won't think about that if I were you. Are you really supposed to believe that? And he's eaten it again. Right, well, if I have filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We are still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you say, didn't you? Where the incident took place. That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You branded him a criminal already? Nice, you know. Eat on the street with the fork. It's as good as shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. So I'll give you a check of nothing else. By the way, it's already 11 p.m. Oh my god. Well, at least it's episode number 4, but I just started it. So supposedly it's... I don't know. Stream number 4. Maybe I need 5 more streams. So after 5 more streams, that will be... Wait a second. Today's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I finish it. I think. Tuesday it will be Dark Side Chronicles next week. Maybe I'll finish in 3 streams, I'm not sure. Let's see. So next Friday it might be Shenmue, if it's working for you. 3 more weeks for this game? No way. No. So next Friday I think it will be Shenmue, but I'm not sure. After Shenmue it will be another Resident Evil game. And after it will be the second part of this game. This will be another Resident Evil, and if there will be any request, it will be, well, next request game. So I'm going to mix Resident Evil with requests. That's it. No, I will do one, and next take a pause. Because actually in real life, not in this remake, it was released in 1 year between them, so there's no need to play it one after another. There was a pause between them, so I will do the pause as well. His inmates 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Wait, 53. Thank you. The one who will be the criminal, well, will be defended, and after this it will be all. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Belly, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recalled the trial yesterday, I stopped myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. It takes courage too. So in the last episode, you'll be trying to save this one thing, like it was the original first games. But if the man they arrested is innocent, could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And for one wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? By the way, are you having any salary now? You're like official lawyers. So, oh, I'm your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes? Let's go. Oh, I can go to the scene of crime or immediately to the prison. The scene of the crime. All these prison cells are where suspects are held once they wait trial. Prison is permitted at certain times, so let's go to the prison first. I'll check who is him and that will be all. What a nice prison. Cell number 9. So these are British prison cells. Oh, there, honestly, it feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Don't, Mr. Naruhodo, making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Mate 53, your legal representative, oh my god, is earned to see you. Stop in at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a caddis yet with no name? Call me by number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? The threat of complaints was in Japanese. That I was not able to identify, of course. What? Didn't get it. Excuse me, but... Shh, quiet. What was this? What the heck is this? They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it. He looks like Edgar Poe, by the way. But who's him? Right, so could I ask him? But Edgar Poe was American, actually. There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? You mean you no harm, prisoner-san? Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams. Who is here? Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. You were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a faithful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a competitor's voice and this dumb, dark hellhole was a most momentary moving moment. Seriously, he's Japanese. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart's assigned to us and all turned out to be a fellow Japanese? what compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student? His students? Well, oh my god. Noble, courage, never fail in Nippon. A first-class lawyer? Oh there, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. Amanda, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? What's his name? Yes, I can, I will. She stays sullen and silent. I'm not quite sure understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryosuke Naruhodo. And I'm Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susto Mikotova. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, firstly named Natsume? Sasuke Natsume? Sasuke? Alright, so that's it. I think I'll save here. Alright. Why it's called it Kokoro? I have no idea. Sasuke Natsume. It's almost like Sasuke Naruto. Natsume, it's one of the companies, game development companies. Okay, let's see who is still online. Who is still online? And I don't know. Basically a small take-out restaurant time place. It says only British fish and cheap menu items. Like it's long silver in America, there's only one dish. Like fish and shrimps and chips maybe? I'm not sure. No, not the British chips, that's for sure. What about trout? Trout, tuna and salmon, the best fish. Rainbow trout, maybe. Okay, I still cannot decide who is supposed to rate. It's kinda... By the way, there's many people who's streaming this game, even more than Resident Evil games. I wonder why. How's it possible? And I see, of course, myself among all of them. Sadly, that most of them are VTubers. So, like, I don't know. Where's the real camera? Anyone except me? No one? No one? How's it possible? Okay, if no suggestions, I might just rate somebody from this list. Well, there's people even without any... I don't know. So there's 2 VTubers only. So it doesn't really matter. Okay, let's rate. Snow, Mr. Goon, Watch Online, and other. Alright, that's it. Rise of the Night. Yeah, Restless Nights. Full of tips, like in 1 or 2 hours. How to actually speed up it, I have no idea. Anyway, thank you for stopping by, Spark. Anyway, Rabas, thank you for the rate. I forgot the nickname who rated me. Oh my god. Anyway, thank you very much. as I said, for the first time it's very hard to remember. And bye. Good luck everyone.